Hey guys. Like shit. Sorry. Baby farms. Yeah. 75. Probably the upside move here. Maybe 80. Yeah. 80 be tough. My back's fine. It's not bothering me. Just got sick. Caught something. Actually, I don't know what the fuck it is. No. Went out to a kind of a busy restaurant, so that might have been it. Uh, yeah, but it looks like we managed to hold the line for the Bulls. We got like a little bit of room to the upside. No, no scallops. Black rabbit? The fuck is that? Fix's limit bar isn't even blinking. Was it time to short Carvana again? Did it hit 430? No, too soon. Oh, there's our new all-time high. And before Tuesday is good. Also still had room to the upside. I feel like we talked about that last week. Hmm. Yeah, we got room. A little bit. It's just what is this, like a 10 standard deviation move? This is kind of fun. Yeah, this is an 8.7 sigma move to the upside. I'll show you sigma. Yeah, let me see it. So I want to short this. There's 75. Yep. Got some bot calls at 80. Not a lot. Mostly bots at close. Bot calls at 75 and 65 though. This is a big call pump. We have VN? Yeah, we're a VN here. With many sectors experiencing recession-like conditions, which data will be the one to finally let us drop the like conditions? Either inflation spikes or unemployment goes up beyond beyond like 5%. Either one of those things would probably do a significant amount of harm to equity prices. Apple adding 100 billion to its market cap because it's Monday. Where do we drop to now, Pickle Damas? Your prediction of sitting 66.75 came true. I still think there's a little bit more upside room, but I would say maybe a pullback to like 65 would be pretty reasonable here. Depends on what the bot calls do at this point. That's what we're propped up by. So I guess it depends on how much profit taking and probably a lot of chop. There's a lot of in the money bot calls from this morning. Like almost every strike from like 66.60 up to 80. So I would say that we probably distribute out fairly slowly, maybe get a small dump, and then uh, level off somewhere around like 65 or 55. Mm. Mm. Is bull market all liquidity? You mean all leverage? Yeah. When is security selling off and you see large orders of OTC shares trading, does that indicate anything? Yeah, you're wasting your time looking at stupid shit. You grew up in bucket shops reading the tape. I was raised in the darkness. Greg, you mentioned the possibility of a small dump, but when I have small dumps, there tends to be more dumps sooner rather than later. Market small dumps seem like Pterodactyl dump, only immensely ruggedly handsome can answer. Well, thank you so much for that, Pterodactyl. I needed it today. But no, I think as we near the Vixpiration, we might we might see some mean reversion and like Ivy on the front end. Which, if it pulls up, like if HV starts to pull up, we start getting higher or lower close over close. Then we might actually have a shot at seeing things run off a little bit. I think like HV10 gets up to like 8 or 9. We'll probably see front end vol unpin a little bit. And we could get a spike in vol, but I mean, there's plenty of room for us to get support to the downside. I definitely think data would be more impactful. Either on the labor side or the inflation side. Anything that would indicate the Fed's not going to cut 2 more times this year. Rates at the top end still climbing up a little. Yeah. There's the 80 test. Oop, hold on. Gotta take this. All right. Probably not going to spend a lot of time over VN here. Still a little blown out. But definitely more profit taking in this range. Not so much on the first high. Yeah, saw some of the 55 calls, 65 calls pull back. It's very, very hard for the bulls, at least this early in the day, to push up much beyond 80. Hmm. That was a big move. Yeah, you see all the profit taking. What's weird is we're up today, but VIX is up too. Is it spot up, vol up? No. Briefly, but not really. Mostly just vol up, spot down at this point. Although I do still think it could take time to bleed off. It'll probably be hard to lose 75. Maybe not. I don't know. Depends on the pace of constant profit taking. Where's the croissant guy? I don't know. Probably blocking JFresh's followers. Is an 85 or 90 test possible? 85's not impossible, but it's really, really hard to do this early in the day. You need gamma. You need speed to probably start picking up to push up to 85 or 90. Like, I can see that happening end of day, but right now it'd be difficult. I think Powell speaks tomorrow at like 12 something, 12:35. I might be wrong, but I thought he was speaking tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow 12:35. There's not much today. There's like a couple auctions and 30 minutes and then just Fed speakers. Barkin, Hammock, Mirren. I think Musalim just got done speaking. He said, it's important to only use GE to support the dual mandate and not be perceived as helping government debt management. Bankers say that conditions are good right now. It's important that stable coins remain a payments instrument, not a savings instrument. It's important in the implementation of the Genesis Act, the limit on stable coins paying interest be respected. The US is close to an average productivity regime. Promise of AI not yet visible in macro data. Many things are driving inflation. Tariffs are only one of them. I expect the impact of tariffs on inflation to fade after 2 or 3 quarters. So far, retaliation against U.S. tariffs has been almost non existent compared to what was feared. Growth in foreign economies looks better than it did a few months ago. Many indicators suggest reserves are still abundant. I favor connecting rates, economic projections in September. And that was it. He also said the Fed should tread cautiously with additional easing. Senior White House officials said the U.S. government will not have equity in the TikTok deal. Gherkin is definitely using a teleprompter. Yes, always. I'm not even a real person. Do you have a long-term PT for SRF, or is it just up? Just up. Lower high. See, I said we'd distribute out a bit. A little head and shoulders on the like the 1 minute. Was the Discord not on? Whoops. Well, hold on, I'll get that fixed. Don't have to show on screen. However, it might be a good time to sanity check your call signal for this kind of market move. I did. We hit like a 8 standard deviation move at the like back here at the first all-time high test. It was kind of wild. It varies, but it's based off of the prior session. Well, then I'd just be telling you how to build the indicator. How are you predicting this accurate price action? And don't you dare say Gamma Strike. Gamma Strike. I did it in front of you guys last night. Oh, well, not you, because you're too cheap to pay for Dillionaire, but other people. Other people got to see it. We don't do order flow because it's dog shit. When did you become a Dillionaire? You tricked me a few weeks back? Oh, well, then you got to see it live. Remember when I said this was going to distribute out and fail? Look at that. Mm, maybe. Confirm probably at 72. Yeah, maybe like 72.03. Back below the prior all-time high. It's gonna take a while, probably. Yeah, yeah, I think so. Nice put call, so weird. Uh, Hmm. I would buy puts on Apple. Maybe bear calls or something. But put seems bad. Maybe. The supportive calls are starting to break down a little, but we still need to. We probably need to lose 70 for them to capitulate completely. Like the 75s have pulled back a bunch. 60s, 60s are almost gone. 65s have pulled back. Um, but there's still quite a lot at 65 and 75. So I think until those are. Hmm, weird. In the catastrophic debasement of the US dollar, what do you think they could try to argue as justification for this price point? Higher inflation, lower dollar. But that generally drives equity indexes up. Not in a good way, but you can look at other recent economic issues where there was a significant amount of currency devaluation, like Turkey or Russia. I mean, Zuck probably has the nicest one. Mm, mm. I mean, we're definitely pricing in some dollar devaluation. How much? Hard to say, but some. Mm. Anytime this week, a good entry for Tesla puts. Hmm. Ooh, nice. That finally dropped. Excellent. Well, there's the 72 test. But a support at the prior all-time high. That might not last long, though. Alright, let's see. Yeah, there's still profit taking on some of the calls, but still plenty of calls holding up spot. How hard are they selling the 75? The bot calls at 75? They've closed about 500 of them in the last 5 minutes, roughly. There's sold put support at 65. I don't think we're gonna if we do continue to fall, we'll probably get support around 65. There's bot puts coming in 70. A bit. Not a lot. 65 synthetic long, like 33,000 contracts. Buying a long dated put with a delta of 0.3 to act as insurance against selling calls, a good or bad move. Maybe consider a spread instead. Like a put spread. I think that would arguably be better as insurance. I guess it depends what you're doing it on. Are you doing it on an like single equity? Do you mean like covered calls, or are you just selling naked calls? I can't believe all these fucking bot calls are holding on, even though they're out of the money. It'll help me mitigate losses at times, but other times when I think the long put should be doing what I want it to do, it's not reciprocating the movement of the stock. I mean, generally speaking, if you're trying to buy a put hedge for like an equity that you own, right? So you're selling covered calls, it's better to buy like a zero point 0.8 delta put with like 90, 120 DCE. Yeah, bot calls are 0 DT. Mm. 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 I mean, it's already trading at like a fairly significant discount to NAV. The rate of the payouts, I don't think matters as much as what the yield ends up being. Can we add CRDO to GS? Maybe. Yeah, I don't see why not. I'll put it on the list. Dump incoming? I'm not so sure about that. Maybe. Mm, we're getting more bot calls at 70. Or bot pets, rather. So that might be weighing down a little bit on price. Still not a lot of call side capitulation though. And then support at 65, so don't expect to get a lot of range on the downside move. Bull puts at 65 or 60 test. Um, hmm. Good question. I don't know if we're gonna get a 65 test, but I guess if we do, yeah, I'd probably. I don't know. I feel like if we tested 65, I would just sell the 60. Or if we tested 60, I would just sell the 65 put and like capture a little bit of delta on the bats. Trump, we caught the Venezuelan militia in training. Someone remind me why we want to go to war with Venezuela. I don't know. Need to do something with the Department of War. They're kind of close by. They have oil. Hmm, that's fun. This is my longest streak of not buying puts. Nice. Can we collapse here? If we could get sufficient momentum on a downtrend, we could maybe fall back to like back towards like 50, but I don't think that's very likely today. It looks like we're gonna get pinned near here. Any sell off, I feel like, is gonna get the puts are gonna get sold off real quick. There's so many sold puts below spot right now already. Last week you said a lot of delta would fall off after OPEC. Does that position be rebuilt or still too early? No, that position definitely hasn't been rebuilt. No, at least not substantially yet. However, in the intraday, there's a lot of bot calls, and we're kind of sitting on top of them. Bot calls tend to not be very supportive once the upside peak is realized, so we might see those kind of deteriorate and collapse as the rest of the day continues. But I would say we're probably not going to see any realization of that delta falling off until like the middle end of this week. There's still a lot of like short dated stuff packed in near spot. But if vol can pick up a little bit, the MM will, start dumping delta, which would be nice. If vol's up a bit today. It's not bad. It's an interesting move. See if it continues up. How much higher do you think Apple will go? Mm, it's got a little bit of room out to 260. I'm not entirely sure why it's up today at all, but Yeah, could test 260 if it hasn't already. Looks like there's still some interest to the upside. It's out above Gamma Max now, just a bit. I think its run today is a little news related, but mm, fuck this fever. Mm. Yeah, I think Apple's getting near topping out. I'm just not quite there yet. I will say it's very rare for Apple to get above and stay above Gamma Max. So at this point, maybe like targeting mean reversion back to like 50 or so may not be bad. Definitely still a little room. Jimmy loops are cooking. Any thoughts on how far it can go? Um, I'm starting to get a bit of covering. Vol's picking up. XRT correlations starting to pick back up again. So 27.20. I would have said 27.50, 28 would have been my upside target from last week. I think it still is. I should probably get ready to close my leaps out. I'm up about 20% on them right now. It's a decent return. If we hold here, can we see 90? 90 is unlikely. It's not impossible, it's just very unlikely. I would say 80 or 85 is a more likely top. But yeah, as long as we don't fall back and lose the bot calls at 75. If the bot calls at 75 fall off though, we can drop back to like 60 or 50. I guess there's still a synth long here. So maybe that's the better target. It seems nearly impossible for us to lose 70 at this point, but stranger things have happened, I suppose. Give me a second. I'll be right back. chills are rough. That's on end phase. Just got booted out of SPY. Oh, that's probably not good for it. Oh, there we go. Started climbing back up again. Thanks, Starscream. Let's see. Seems to be doing alright. Kind of interested if it breaks back above like 43 on the technical side of things. It's a little bit of a recovery, but there's probably a lot of sellers there. Probably here at 42, but not too bad. So we're gonna push back up towards 80. Maybe we see 85 now. Didn't lose 70. No. No. My V80 is still a little shitty. There's the 80 test. The warrant thing isn't a wild card. I'm ready to sell the 90 bear call at the 80-85 test. I think I'd wait till 85, maybe. But yeah, I would sell those too. Nvidia, 125 billion market cap. Yeah. Nvidia up like 70 billion in market cap in 5 minutes. Clown market. Which Subaru is the best in New York City? I don't even know if there are any Subarus in New York City. There's only one. And it's on 33rd Street. No, they changed their sign. Weird. They changed it to this, but I don't like it. That's not Italian looking. No. What was in the video news? No idea. Mm. Oh, Jesus. What did Moran say? Committed to bringing inflation back to 2%. Expecting rent inflation to fall from 3.5 to 1.5 in 2027. Forecasters have underappreciated the impact of immigration policy on rent inflation. I actually would believe that. Net zero immigration would suggest 1 percentage point lower rent inflation per year. Immigration policy driven reduction in population growth rate also exerts downward pressure on the neutral rate. Relatively minor changes to some goods prices have led to unreasonable levels of concern. I believe that tariffs will lead to substantial swings in net national savings. Loan guarantees from East Asian nations increase credit supply and lower the neutral rate by 0.2%. Current backward-looking estimates of R star are too high and inadequately account for recent changes to fiscal and border policies. Monetary policy is well into restrictive territory. OpenAI and Nvidia report partnership to deploy 10 gigawatts of Nvidia systems. Nvidia intends to invest up to $100 billion in OpenAI. Oh, which they just made. So, perfect. Money's a flat circle, guys. We deploy Scam Altman to the bottom of the ocean instead. uh, Barkin says a tiny amount of tariffs are going to consumers now. It takes time for tariffs to go through. Historically low hiring rates in no recession context. The fog around the economy is beginning to lift, but businesses are still cautious about new investment. Firm optimism has ticked back up. OpenAI and Nvidia strategic partnership. Low unemployment wage gains and stock prices are all upholding consumer spending. And then Hammock is also speaking right now. The genesis of the rate cut was the shifting risk balance. The Fed is being challenged on both sides of its mandate. We're likely to see inflation continue going up. 4.3% unemployment is pretty healthy. Headline numbers and payrolls imply there's some softness there. There are signs of fragility in the labor market. It's still a low hiring, low firing job market. Businesses are reluctant to hire. I expect workforce growth this year will be close to flat. Warning notices have been stable and are not trending up. I'm concerned about the level of persistence of inflation. Wage pressure is steadily coming down towards pre COVID levels. On the labor side, we're pretty close to our target. We're missing on inflation side by a more meaningful number. I'm laser focused on inflation. We should be very careful in removing any policy restrictions. I have one of the higher estimates of neutral, and we are only modestly restrictive. $15 trillion rally in U.S. stocks from April lows is paused at the start of the week that will feature a handful of Federal Reserve speakers. Perfect. Scam Altman, I like that. Yeah. When's comb over Caligula going on camera about autism? After market close? Okay. VIX isn't doing anything interesting at all. comb over Caligula. This newer move also all calls. Well, it was calls that were already on the chain, but some of those are actually starting to pull back now, which is interesting. We do have some bot calls at 85 here. But yeah, some of those in the money calls finally falling off a bit. Still support at 75 and 65. A little less support at 75 now. Got $2 for those. Mm. That's the top of the implied move. Almost. Not quite. How is that being calculated? Is it going off of opening price? I'm still laughing at comb over Caligula. That was a good one. Don't forget secret top implied move. Ooh, let me sell them. Is it a bad spot to buy puts here? I don't think puts are particularly great given all the support. Um, maybe there'd be a better option that wasn't so shit. No contracts it is. Well, no, but maybe like a butterfly or something that would capture or better profit off of a smaller downside move. I don't think puts would be really worth it unless we lost uh, like 65. Ooh. Bot calls closing. Few. Bot puts coming in at 90. Mm, I don't know if they could hold 90. Yeah, run out of delta pretty hard here. 85.75 bear spreads? No. 85.90s. Okay. Did you not just hear that OpenAI is investing $100 billion into Nvidia that's being given to them by Nvidia? Ponzi? Yep. Yeah, core we've had range out to 140. Nvidia is said to be making equity investments in OpenAI in stages. They're draining RRP to fund Nvidia? No, they're going to drain the bank reserves to fund Nvidia. What do you think is behind this relentless pump since April? Initially retail, and then institutional short covering, and now bullshit. Well, mostly bullshit. According to TikTok, the rapture is tomorrow. Finally. I got baptized. Get wrecked. Other people. Do we have to be in Israel to ascend? Or, like, how does that work? Really? What do you mean, really? I'm Italian. Of course I got baptized. It wasn't my choice. They forced it on me. Do we get 1,000 years without the raptured idiots? Oh my god. That's gonna be glorious. Wait, if we don't need to go to Israel, then why is it so important that we keep it? Did anybody let evangelical Christians know that? I'm trying to find them and get all their stuff before tomorrow. Yeah, if you guys know anybody who really thinks the rapture is tomorrow, see if you can get them to give you their bank accounts. Be like, hey, I heard the rapture was tomorrow. I'm gonna need that money here. You know? And then tell them your sins and why you can't ascend. They already gave them to their church leaders? Ah, fuck. You're right. How are we friendly with Iran? Found the perfect GIF for today's price action. Is Jensen Huang Jesus? No, but he's Huang like Jesus. I don't need a rapture. My heaven is the pickle jar. Riku! Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. Are gifts now a part of the market analysis you do every day on Discord? If you do, you need to charge more. I know. I've needed to charge more for a long time. How far are we dropping when this bubble finally pops? I'll be okay with 0. No, Gherk? Some of us still have a 401k. Call your plan administrator and hedge it. Hmm. Good answer. Where should I buy my furniture at for the new home? What kind of quality are you thinking? $90 test. Ooh, I'm gonna sell more calls. These people are crazy. $2 away from ES 67.49. Not a lot of delta to the upside. Is that a hard top? No, it was just my upside price target for ES. Gold's up today. Hmm. Interesting. VIX is still like almost at 16. This is largely just tech pumping, but yeah, NQ's got a fat lead on SPX right now. NQ testing 24.98, almost testing 25. Very close. Can you add UMAC? Mm-hmm. Um, hmm. I don't think it's going to be a good candidate, but yeah, we could. What's our friend of the TQQQ indicator saying? I don't know. I don't have it open right now. Give me a second. It's massively overextended. Jesus Christ, TQQ is at 104? Ooh, I want to short it. No, that's bad, right? TQQQ. Oop. There's the 67.49 test. So we hit my upside ES target. This is a crazy push. Vol's starting to pick up a little. Downside a spot. Pretty easy to sell off back to VN. Probably. Again, not a lot of delta to the upside. There's some bot calls at 95 that are pinning things a bit. Bot calls 85, 80, 75. It's still a big fat synthetic line back at 65. This is roughly where price action should top on the intraday. I guess later in the day we could try for like 95, maybe. Although that seems less likely. Gamma's steepening. Like the drop off in Gamma is starting to steepen to the downside. Did Tesla finally start selling some cars? Oh no. God no. We keep adding 60, 6650, 6600 put spreads for end of month. I think that's a good target. Although I might be an idiot. They're very cheap. Starting to get some bot puts coming in at the 66.95 strike. Sold put support and bought call support at 75. Everyday bullish forever? No, it's ridiculous. Jesus Christ. The TQQQ line is fascinating. Look at this shit. The last time it was like this was like September of 2020. That's an insane amount of divergence. Hmm. Let's see if we can distribute out again. There's a little bit of profit taking. But support is higher. Vega puts on TQQQ? Not my favorite. Why are they pushing so hard right now? Because OpenAI is investing 100 billion of Nvidia's dollars into Nvidia. Did I say that right? Yeah, that's correct. Explain which further. Gorilla mode. Sounds Ponzi-ish. It is it is literally a Ponzi. How is that not a red flag? No one cares. People hear AI, instant boner. It's actually fucking ridiculous. But Nvidia is going to pay out that money in installments. This is probably the most hated rally in human history. I mean, I hate that I closed my calls earlier. But 80 was quite strong resistance. And as we know in the pickle jar, fraud is bullish. That's correct. That's the law of the markets. Not today. I'm just saying in general. Oh, yeah, probably. Yeah, because, I mean, institutions are carrying big short bags. I don't know if they hate the rally. Probably just average up into it. Apparently, OpenAI is getting worse as a coding tool. I'm not surprised. Can they take some profit? They will. Just really, really slowly. So by the time your option prints, you're just gonna still be sad. Hey, Dork, you need to fix the implied move coding. Or the calculation for implied move for RTD. I think it's wrong. I think it's doing implied move from open instead of close. No, you don't. Yes, you do. How do you know I'm up like $15 right now? You're saying the implied move needs to be recalculated live? No, no, no. It's not. It's not based on the prior closing price. I think it's being based on the opening price. I'll DM you. It's off. Oh, unless okay. Wait, are we doing the so we're not doing the additive implied move then. You're just doing the implied move on the SPXW chain, but not the average. Because the average implied move between... Oh, okay. Fuck. Well, the average implied move is literally here. It's like 66.95. 45 bips versus like the 20 or whatever that was the implied move for SPXW yesterday. Starting to slip back below 90. I love when we make ultra specialized adjustments like this. It turns physics into chemistry and makes me want to put a screwdriver into my pee-pee. Well, I mean, we have to deal with the fact that, equities are just a little bit different than indexes, but it's not my fault that CBOE doesn't just close the fucking AM contract. It's so dumb that we still have them. Don't be fooled. He loves sounding. Yeah, Moron spoke to moron. Yeah, moron. You mean JFresh can argue about this? I don't think you're gonna like my conclusion. Can we just display both on each chain then? So people know that the SPX move is significantly larger. It usually doesn't matter very often, but it does. It definitely matters after OPEX because everybody starts piling back into SPX options. What's in discussions about the divergence? What about it? Oh, is that what you were asking about? Not really. Without telling you what the indicator does, it's large. The divergence is very large. So, I mean, I guess you could say massively overbought. Okay, we can argue about it. That's fine. Overbought isn't real. Yes, it is. There's limits to the amount of money and margin that are available. Wee! Torque, use one of your amazing analogies that he'll understand. You're never gonna not get shit for that. Yeah, but there's no quantitative easing. Gesticulates with his hands and wiener. I don't know if Dork, do you remember what the TQQQ indicator shows? I do. I'm just asking if you do because I want to show you this. This is fucking nuts. Okay, look at this shit. Yeah, gold's fucking rocketing. $90, huh? That's surprising. Yeah, it was. Yeah, they pushed up really hard. No, that's not true, lit spaceman. The market is ascending to heaven on tiny angel wings. How dare you disrespect that poor dead man? What, would you get up and dance at his funeral and hit on his wife? Sick fuck. Oh wait, did you guys not see that yesterday? Trump fucking danced at his funeral and hit on his wife. Or his memorial service, whatever the fuck they were doing. Fireworks are just American. Classy. What are you gonna do now that we found a cure to autism, according to JFK Jr.? I'm just not gonna get the jab and then rule the world. That was not a dance. It was a traditional ritual to send him to Valhalla. I was like 100% hoping that Cash Patel was gonna get on stage and sing a Viking hymn, like a Viking funeral dirge. Because Nvidia and Chat GPT solved cancer and cured all diseases yet? No, no. But Chat GPT is investing $100 billion of Nvidia's money into Nvidia. Not even a real one, just something he pulled from the TV show Vikings. Yes. I wonder if Cash Patel goes to Valhalla, if he'll still have that look on his face like he just shit in his own pants. Is there like is there a pool, like a betting pool for How long until RFK Jr. gets hooked on heroin again? What? Why? We Are you serious? Fubo at 450. Yeah, no. What do you mean why? Why wouldn't he? Okay, pretend that you're the CEO of a major pharmaceutical company, and RFK Jr. is standing in the way of you doing what you want to do. I didn't say he was currently on it. I said how long until he gets back on it. Just a little taste. Wait, heroin's the cure for autism? That was it for profit taking? No, we probably get more of it. Need to get a lower high here. Yeah, that'd be good. Let's get a little Vegaphone going here. VIX is still moving up. Put and call premiums are dropping though. Ratios at 109. Hmm. It's far too close to being just the same high. ES is a bit lower. MQ's still short of 25,000. 15 counterparties take 14.173. Yeah, repo's basically empty. Why full bull on Fubo? Disney lost a lot of money over that. It was like a shitload of cancellations on Disney Plus. Why would that be bullish for Fubo? What will actually happen if reverse repo goes to zero? Nothing. Oh, super stonkers? Are they still on that? They don't even know what it does. Why is SPX going back up? We have a big fat cushion of bot calls at all the strikes around spot. So until they're gone, we can just chop around here. I'm going to keep ramping up the upside push. It seems like they've kind of stopped at 95 for now. Like nothing really bought above that. At least currently. There's some bot puts at 6,700. So if T-bills and private repo have a higher yields, money market funds will stop. They'll stop putting money in on RRP and use it to like buy bills or lend into private repo instead. Ooh, new high. Stop buying puts. There's no reason to buy puts. There's like a small reason to sell calls, but buying puts is bad here. There's support at like every strike below spot. No, no, we keep those open. No, there's good uses of puts. I mean, just buying them here is just bad. There's like fucking plenty of gamma. Even if we drop to the downside, it's like it's hard to lose 85 and really, really hard to lose 75. So they wouldn't be very profitable, and you're taking on way more risk than you would with like a call spread. VIX looks like it's starting to push back over 16 here. Is this distributing out? Slowly. There's a little bit of call capitulation. Still really big supports at 75 and 65. 95 and 90 calls closing. 85 not so much. Also 75 not so much. 80s closed a little bit. A couple hundred of those. NQ's still a few dollars off of the 25,000 test. Spot up, VIX up? Is this because people are buying 30-day plus puts? Or closing sold calls to the upside? Did we lose OG rules? I don't think so. I saw him like earlier today. There's a gap back at 84 on SPX. I think that's the only one though. It's like right there. No, Poopy lost himself. White House on borders are Homan. Homan never took $50,000 payment. Is that the bribe guy? Yeah, that's how that works, right? Get accused of a crime, deny it, problem solved. No need for evidence or proof. I sent some data charts to you. It's a big trend. Oh shit. You sent me a bunch of DMs. I would expect both Treasury and bond issuance to pick up. Or we're going to see everybody bail on the whole AI infrastructure thing. In which case, yeah, then corporate bond issuance would tank. One sec. Is there still room and incentive to test 6702 today? I don't know. I feel like the bull push is starting to fade. We could get more news, but I kind of doubt it would be as good as the news we got earlier. Oh, do we have a press briefing going on right now?
Unless they commit a crime, I don't see them being federal law. If they are violating state law, then of course they should be arrested by state and local law enforcement. If they're violating federal law, then they can expect the consequences of that behavior. Nick.
Thank you, Caroline. Would the president like to see Congress pass a national holiday honoring Charlie Kirk annually?
That's an interesting question. I'm sure he wouldn't oppose such a thing. But you can pose that to him yourself next time you get the chance.
Sure thing. And to follow up, too, I know the president is honoring Charlie with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Is there anything else that we don't know of in the works to honor Charlie?
Not at this time, but we do look forward to that Medal of Freedom ceremony very soon. Daniel.
Thanks, Caroline. This past Friday, Adam Schiff, Tim Kaine, they introduced a resolution on Capitol Hill aimed at stopping the successful kinetic strikes against narco-terrorists in the Caribbean Sea. What does a move like this, what type of message does it send to families, specifically families who have suffered at the hands of deadly narco drugs like these?
I definitely think it sends the wrong message. We wish that Democrats would get on board with a very simple idea of ending drug trafficking and securing our homeland. And I saw a report this morning that the Dominican Republic actually helped us seize a boat that was on its way from Venezuela to the United States of America with lots of deadly drugs on board. And so if you actually hear from Caribbean nations in the region, they are thankful and grateful for the administration's efforts, and they're working alongside us to end this plague of drug trafficking through their seas. Sure, Karen.
Over the weekend, Democratic leaders Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries sent a letter to the White House asking for a meeting with the president to talk about government funding. Has the White House responded?
Wait, was the reporter's name Karen, or did the reporter call her Karen?
Given that deadline is now 8 days away.
Discussions are ongoing with both Republican and Democratic members of Capitol Hill. I don't have any meetings or any scheduling updates for you today, but what I will share is that what this White House wants and what Republicans want. We want a clean funding extension to keep the government open. That's all we're advocating for, a simple, clean budget extension, a straightforward, responsible solution to keep the government open to November 21st and allow the full year appropriations process to move forward. And I will add, this is the same budget that the Democrats approved 6 months ago, just adjusted for inflation. And unfortunately, all of a sudden now, they want to shut down the government. And if the government is shut down, it's only going to, it will be the fault of the Democrats, and it will only hurt the most vulnerable in our country, our seniors, our veterans, our military families, and increasing security for members of Congress, which is something this White House and the administration supports. And if you look back at the statements made by Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries in the past, they too have advocated against a shutdown and for keeping the government open. Democrat Chuck Schumer himself said a shutdown would mean chaos and pain and needless heartache for the American people. He said once, avoiding a shutdown is very good news for the country, for our veterans, for parents and children, for farmers, and for small businesses. Hakeem Jeffries also said it's about the harm. Families will be hurt if there is a government shutdown. Farmers will be hurt. Holiday travel will be impacted. Democrats clearly know what the right thing to do is here. It's to join with Republicans to pass this clean funding extension. That's what the White House and the president wants. And with that, we will see you all at 4 o'clock for this big announcement later on. Thanks, guys.
It was fucking out of Advil. Nvidia's deal doesn't change any of OpenAI's compute plans, including partnership with Microsoft, or its efforts to build its own chips, according to a source. In a rare public statement from North Korea's Kim, we will never lay down our nukes. Denuclearization concept has lost its meaning. Yeah, issuance on the back end is going to decline because they don't want to. They don't want the burden over time of the payments. And it would push yields up. So yeah, all the corporations and the government trying to do YCC. Can we do a live stream sometime where you're muted and Dork tries to dub over what you're saying in real time with no knowledge of what you're saying? That'd be neat. Yield curve control. I'm already a sock puppet, me too. That's none of your goddamn business, Taco Squire. It's Kenny. I picked him because he has little hands. Is bullish positioning just building here? No, but it's not falling off either. Some more bot puts at 6,700. Some of the 66.95 calls are closing. 66.90 and 85 calls don't look like they've budged much. 66.75 calls, a little bit of profit taking. What vote? So you remember when Fubo went up 450% in like one day? I stopped paying attention to it after that. once every couple of weeks, I look at it and then I sell some calls, and then that's it. NQ did it. It tapped 25. Oh, nice. That's got to be psychologically significant. And now that we've reached 25,000, Tom Lee can finally forecast 30,000. That sounds like how Tom Lee's analysis works. I just learned from Basant's Twitter that the Treasury is mandated to financially support Argentina. I've closed every position shorter dated than 2027, and I'm going on vacation. Ooh, where to? Maybe Wall SPY tops out at the high it made today. I talked about it before, but the SPX bottomed out at this unlucky number in 2009. Could be interesting. I'm not very superstitious, but financially supporting Argentina for a year equates to like 1 month of Cornichon. I think OG Rules blew up. Did he? Wait, there's only one way to tell. No? It's still in the Discord. He's literally in the Discord. I just tagged him. Are you implying that the GS 1-day IM is lower than it should be? Okay, so the one I put in Pickles Picks is the average implied move. So it's SPX implied move plus SPXW implied move. Which was like 45.5 basis points today. Or, roughly our high. And this is the one you're seeing on Gamma Strike is just the SPXW implied move, which is accurate and fine, but I prefer the latter or the former. Did you win the argument? We haven't had the argument yet. How many of us have blown up and stayed in the Discord, though? I don't know. He didn't leave the Discord. What did he blow up on? What's the difference in the Discord? I just use YouTube because work. Discord's like where I post all my analysis and shit. What up, Glor? You at me? Yeah, someone said you blew up. Are you okay? We're checking in on you. Very publicly. No, I'm good. Playing Silk Song. Okay. One sec. Alright, I'm back. What do you think about waste management as a long hold? Not bad. It's kind of like buying a municipal stock almost. What's their yield at right now? Still kind of hate that. I don't know. I found like long-term support at 213. I would say if it fails 213, you might want to wait out a pullback towards like 200. Is it just the dip in margins? There wasn't even a very bad dip. They make a shitload of money. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. The current price is okay relative to the last like year. I'd probably be more interested at like 2, but you can always DCA. Was that the weird game JFresh tried to stream on Discord? I have no idea. I do need a close below 82 today, though. Um, well, if we could ever get a downtrend with some momentum, you might get your wish. Hmm. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of erosion in the bot calls, and we got a bunch of bot puts at 95, 6,700. A break below 90. That kind of starts opening up some downside. But I think maybe 85 needs to be lost, and that looks difficult. Ooh, the call spreads are up. Fuck yeah. Remember, there's a gap back at 84. That's probably the first level I'd watch for a bounce around 84, 85. I'd like this to keep dropping, though. That'd be nice. If we could get a good breakdown, we could sell off all the way back to Vega neutral, which would be dope. Left a gap at 88 to the upside. Marpa was really worried about you. It might be love. I don't know. I sold bear calls. Although I did mostly sell them at 90. Hmm. I think the only really good trade today was buying. Well, if you bought calls at open, or if you sold calls at the top, those are both pretty good. I guess selling puts at open would have been alright too. Or selling puts at the retest earlier, like when we got the first high at like 80 and pulled back. That would have been nice. We never even tested 85. No. What's your point? We're not just going to go straight down when everything at spot is bot calls. It's going to be choppy. We can continue to drop as those positions erode, but yeah, it's definitely going to be choppy. Fix dump a little, put selling. Get a little head and shoulders around 66.91. Triple test at the 87 level. Maybe 90 flies. Maybe. I don't love them. I would suspect closing closer to 85 or 80 would be more comfortable. I don't know. NQ already got 25,000. That's the head and shoulders. And we broke up. No, a little. Just fall. Left a gap at 66.91. Yeah, those were fun. It's a lot of calls closing 95, 6700, 6705. Sold put support 85.80. Bought puts 66.95. Sold puts at 90, 85, and 80. That's correct, Sistani. Bot puts at 95 are bought to close. No, I think they're bought to open. It's not a ton of them yet, but the call selling at 95 is actually fairly large. Ooh, someone just bought a fuck ton of 6680 puts, like 300 contracts. Those are being bought to close, I think. Also 6665, a few. De-risking. Didn't move the needle on VIX very much. Vol's kind of steepening to the downside a bit. A little bit. But yeah, like the 85 strike IV is kind of high relative to the 95. Hmm. 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 Someone's still buying back a lot of 80 puts. Doesn't look like more bot calls are coming in. 95 calls and 90 calls are falling off, but they're still selling the 85 and 90 put. I don't know if they're rolling them up. The incentive to test 95 seems somewhat reduced. Bulls are still just going to be really defensive of the downside because they've sold so many fucking puts, though. They're not going to want to get squeezed out. I would guess for today's close. Mm, I honestly think like 85 or 80 would be. I guess 85 or 80 would probably be like ideal for the MM. It's kind of fairly close to a. Yeah, it's very early to tell, but maybe 85 or 80. There's still a few bulls that are holding shit up here. Less of them, but still a few. J-Pow talking at Guitar Center tomorrow? Yeah. Bulls always want full control. It's so strange. Um, I mean, it's not really just like full control. It's just a ton of incentive to sell puts. Yeah, there's very little delta up here. There's not much delta on the SPX chain either. Like a little bit at 95, but very little. Anything under 75 would be like all of the short puts squeezing out for the day. And if that happened, we could go back to like 50 or 35. That would be fucking crazy. That's very unlikely, I think. What's likely? Probably somewhere between 80 and 90. 80 and 85. I don't want a crazy jump. Same. Yeah. But I'm not super bearish here. Just I think bulls have kind of tapped out the upside range mostly. I will say the amount of put selling is kind of remarkable. $6,600 monthly VN. 6610. There's sold calls to squeeze out. Yeah, they mostly did that already, though. It doesn't seem like more calls. Like, most of the calls that are up here were sold on higher tests, so they're less likely to get, like, pushed out. This is a terrible day to buy puts. Calls were good earlier. Yeah. But those have sucked for a while now, too, which is probably why we're not seeing any get bought. I mean, a VN test wouldn't be hard, but you wouldn't buy puts anywhere near here for it. That would be fucking stupid. Spreads, maybe. If you wanted to buy puts, you would wait till like a loss of 85. Yeah, I think it's gonna probably continue up today and tomorrow. Tomorrow might be kind of flattish. JPOW could shift things around, but um, yeah, I think vol will pick up in the back half of the week. A little. I don't know how much. Yeah, they could get it. They could get it above 6,700 overnight. It's pretty easy to gap over the resistance. Hmm. Hmm. I might have. I don't know. Interesting. Sold puts, but no bot calls on that push up, which was fucking weird. I wonder if this is just NQ. Sure feels like it. Mm, yeah, new high SPX. Lower high, yes. Also a lower high on NQ, which is somewhat interesting. Trump's talking after market close, right? I don't think there are any bears on the chain. I mean, there's some call sellers. But this is mostly like 95 and higher. A little shift in vol there. Small, but it could get bigger. Interesting. Test 95 still. No, we also just might not, but upside implied move was like 66.94.68, which is fairly close to what our upside was, I think. Did you just buy a 66.95p? No, I didn't. Popcorn Trader isn't here. Wind down? Maybe Power Hour. All of these put sellers are going to get blown the fuck up if VIX gets above 16. So basically, if anyone backs out of the trade to the upside today, they can just fuck over everyone else. How does the TQQQ chart look? Massively overextended. If only there were a mechanical reason why it shouldn't be like that for too long. Huh. Bulls, please fuck over your other fellow bulls. I mean, yeah, that's basically the kind of like any downside price action we get at these levels, like above VN with positive, like a shitload of positive gamma and big stacks of positive delta under spot. Like the only way you get downside price action is when bulls rug pull other bulls. And it needs to have momentum because you need vol on the puts to spike and shake out. Like once it starts to shake out, it gets wild. But until it shakes out some of the put sellers, then nothing really happens. So like slow drops or drops that are interrupted, those suck. Those don't have a lot of chance at continuation. It's hard to grind down because no bears are coming in to push. Hmm. Wow, this is boring. No, I don't think a gap fill at 84 is too much to ask. It's just risky for them to let it drop that far. Like, if they let that happen, they've got to let 8,000, 8,200 sold puts go in the money. And a test of 80, 13,000, 14,000 sold puts would go in the money. The bulls are being greedy little piggies, selling all the strikes below spot, which is dangerous. Well, it works until it doesn't. It could play out after market close. I don't think much. I mean, there's like German PMIs and EU PMIs and Great Britain PMIs in the morning. Those might have some impact, or at least increase the desirability of like foreign equities, which could drive some outflow. Although I kind of doubt it. I think Redbook and Bowman are speaking in the morning. Then we get S&P PMIs, and then Powell's talking at 12:30. I would say tomorrow it's probably Powell and the 2-year auction that matter, but I don't think either of those are super important. This depends what Powell says. Sell some spreads here. Tippy tappy. I think 6,700 tap is inevitable. The 6700 gamma builds up enough, maybe. Still feel like it would need to be nearer end of day. Who's that fucked up? Still about 6700. There's not much delta there. Power hour. Charm's starting to help out a little. Really? Hmm. Weird. I'm buying more puts. I can't help myself. That sounds terrible. $6,700C are so cheap. It's probably because they won't go in the money. All the options are cheap, actually. And at the money IV is like 11. When GF matches VM, we can drop. It's not that simple. Ooh, 6700's kind of lined up with 95 now. Might get the test. There you go, poke it. So boring. Oh, we're gonna try it. Maybe do it. Gamma at 66.95 is about 15.29. It's about 15.323 at 6700. Very close. Ball's picking up. They're gonna get this, aren't they? Maybe. It'll be funny if they don't. Yeah, probably. Mm, should already have it. Gap is 66.96 to the downside now. So I'm trying to short the top. The top's when they stop leveraging up and take profits. Not whatever arbitrary number you decide. They got the gap. Time to pump more. Very possibly. Although that did give us a little bit of momentum. VIX up to 15.99. If we sell off a little bit more from here and VIX gets above 16, it might get kind of spicy. Need to lose like 95 or 90 for vol to turn up. Someone took one single profit. No, that was a bigger move than that. It was a pretty decent sized dump in 6,700, 6,705 calls, and a bunch of puts bought back at 66.95. Like 800 of them. There are now 7,200 puts sold at 90 and 85. And the charm on those is like great until it's not. Bulls are such degens selling 69.65 puts. You mean 66.65 or 66.95? Okay. I'll let you correct that. Yeah, they are fucking degenerate for selling 66.95 puts. They've sold 6,700 puts and 67.05 and 67.10 puts as well. Just FYI. That is correct. Yes. No, we need another leg down because we need vol to go up. Bot puts coming in at what's that, 90, 90, 95 and 6,700. With all due respect, get wrecked. I mean, if 90 and 85 go in the money, that's gonna hurt really bad. They've sold so many fucking puts there. And now, like they've been selling them right now. So they are already like a little bit underwater on a big chunk of them. Which would have worked out great for them if we'd gone over 6,700 and we'd gotten the support, but staying under 6,700, quite bad. Are they still selling pits now? Yeah. And buying calls. In the money calls. Buying some of the 85 pits back. There's bot pits still coming in at 6,700. There's some pits selling still at 95. Most of the calls at spot and above spot are being sold. They really want it. Yeah, of course. VIX 16. Oh, did it hit? Nice. Hey, it didn't get the fuck shorted out of it immediately on the test. That's new for the day. Ooh, spicy clothes. It'd be a shame if the SPX drops to 66.85. I would also be okay with it dropping to 66.50. Doesn't have to do it today, just this week. Did you cut your 90C? I closed them earlier when we tested 87 or whatever it was. Stopped out. But, like, no money. I got like 10% on them. I sold 95s just now. Like, well, not that long ago. You risky, man. Why? Not that worried about it. Sell some more 95s. They're still selling the fuck out of the 90. Few bot calls at 95, 6,700. Selling puts at 6,700. And a few at 66.95, but not very many. There's basically no way we get to 67.05, right? So let's just get stuffed again. Called every bull I know and told him the other bulls I know are about to rug him. Perfect. Gamma at the 95 strike is starting to steepen quite a bit. What to do, dumpies? This is boring as shit. 6700, 6705 calls closing, but they're still selling the puts at 95 and 6700. That's 1603. Ooh, NQ looks like it might actually sell off a bit. That'd be cool. Does that fuck the SPX bulls? Interesting. Charm's super positive here. Although a bunch of it falls off if we drop under 90. Fall spike. Gaps at 84. Probably support at 96, 92, 87. I really hope this burns all the fucking puts. There's so many puts. 5,600 sold at 90, 8,685 at 85, 6,222, 6,240 at 680, 7,900 at 75, 7,300 at 70, 9,140 at 65. It's like 50,000 sold puts to the downside of spot on the 0DT right now. It's not letting it go. They have to get squeezed out. They should get smart and start buying those back. Well, just need vol to go up. Hope this end of day is fun. NQ's testing 25,000. Pushing down into it. Here at the 95 test. Yeah, I feel like if NQ gives up 25,000, this gets a lot spicier. And then SPX 90 is another really important level. Oop. This has momentum. Speed picks up under 90. Median 90 for charm. $22 minutes to close. This is fantastic. Sure that retester 95 is saved. I think you got a local low. I'd still fail 25,000. Bull trap. Maybe. That's fun. Yeah, bulls did get stuffed a little bit there. The question is, do we get one of those like weird like candles where we get like a 30 basis point drop and then close at the same price? Yes. I'm trying to be prepared for that. It's quite tight though. Left a gap to the upside on the bull trap. 66.95, 61. Vol's starting to push back up again. MQ lost 25,000. If you sold spreads up here, be careful that, like, if this drop plays out and we leave behind that gap at 95, bulls might try to fill it before end of day. Yeah, losing 90 is actually spicy as fuck. feel like that's very hard to do. Ooh, we filled the gap, I think. Yeah, we did. Okay. It was a quick fill. NQ retested 25K. ES still hasn't tested 67.50. They're still selling the 90 put pretty heavily, but bot puts 6,700, 6,705, 6,710. Profits taken on the 95, 6,700, 6,705, and 6,710 calls. Hmm. 14 minutes left. Huh. How to prepare for the rapture? Send the market to heaven. We already went over that. I don't know. I don't think Kimmel's anything affects anything. Huh. This is still. Vol shorting's not as aggressive, but there's still some. It's the lower high here. $12 minutes left. Hmm. Let's sell in the 95 pin again a little bit. Hmm. just got a tiny breakout. Holy shit, they just piled the 95 puts really hard. It seems so dumb. Why are they selling them that close to fucking spot? It's no yield on anything else? What are they worth? Jesus, the 95 put's only 90 cents right now. $6,700 calls, $1.40. Dude, so NQ got wonky a little bit, yeah. NQ, the reversal got rejected. It's kind of pushing back down towards 25. Maybe not. They're selling a lot of puts right now. Again. Fix back to 16. There's the retest at the high. Well, pretty close to it. Yeah, they really do want 7,000. Yoinked. NQ lost 25 again. Hmm. It's like 6 minutes left. Jesus Christ. Imbalance is $1 billion to the buy side. So I'm getting a lot of the 95 puts still. So just close in there, 6680 puts. Ooh, some of the bot calls just capitulated. 60, is that 6705, I think? Hmm. Bot calls 95. Total delta is dropping, which is a bit weird. Hmm. Well, them losing 95 at this point is interesting. That's what they're trying to defend. There's a little bit of interest to the upside, but not as much as you would think. Usually bulls would be like piling in to break the resistance before close here, but so far most of the volume seems to just be selling more 95s and 90s. They got 3 minutes though. They can still do it. Oh, someone's closing a bunch of 6700s. That stings. 2 minutes. It's gonna be hysterical if all the 95 puts they sold get fucking close out of the money. Or in the money. Ha! I know to bounce it. Go back the other way. Lame. Be more fun if the 90 got squeezed out though. Little tiny baby squeeze. At least some of them got fucked. Yeah, that was a shitty end of daytime. Worse yet, if we'd had more time, it would have definitely extended. It's a nice spike in vol into close too. Oh well. At least they didn't close worthless. No, I made money on my spreads. That was nice. I think I got 100% on them. Yeah. Yes, 67.49 on close. Oh no, ES is still dumping actually. 67.51.75. Yeah, that was impressive. Well, that made my day a lot better. How am I feeling? Oh, terrible. I still have a nasty fever. So we closed right at the like within a few cents of the upside implied move average for the day. This is kind of how I thought things would play out. Slightly increasing volatility, new all-time high. So things look to be on track. We'll see what happens tomorrow with JPOW's speech, but I still think vol can uptick into the back half of this week, which could give us a pullback towards like Vega neutral on the monthly, maybe a little further. But I definitely still expect some weakness. I think we got a lot of netting on deep in the money positions today. And I'd be interested to see what the chain looks like later tonight. Um, yeah, setting a new high, quite a bit above my target. I think my target was like right where we closed, roughly. Um, but it actually triple topped off of the, what was it, like 67.56 level. Dollar continuing to decline today, mostly against the euro and the pound. Yields at the top end of the curve up, still pushing up, and at a decent pace. I mean, nothing crazy, but yields at the bottom falling, um, especially the 3 month down quite a bit. Correlation started to break down a little bit into the end of the day. The low for 3 month correlation was a little bit higher intraday than we had last Thursday. Same for the low and the 1 month correlation compared to last Friday. We'll see if that breakdown continues into tomorrow. Commodities up, big push up in precious metals. Gold up 2% today, silver up 2.38%, oil losing some of its gains from the overnight session, and agricultural commodities looking like absolute shit. Nobody's buying our soybeans anymore, and that's sad. Bond vol, nothing to talk about there. Leverage on the front end of the carry dropping, while leverage on the top end stays flat is a little weird. Might have seen an uptick in demand for long vol. Forward yield on vol at negative 10.86. The bond curve pulling back a little bit, still fairly just flat on the 10-2. Still put selling, but maybe less of it. Breadth, that hasn't changed yet. Ooh, Fed Fund futures pricing out some rate cuts after the Fed speakers today, both in uh, the June and the March contract pretty substantially. Still pricing in like one rate cut in the Jan contract though, so target obviously still one cut for the year. Although I think Moran was the only one that was super fucking dovish. The 10-2 pulling back, so A little bit of inversion. Ooh, that's fun. VX correlation with cash VIX moved up pretty significantly from negative 43 to negative 32. So we might start seeing this turn around, and please try to remember what happens when that does. Tend to get quite a lot of uptick in volatility, and this is the reason I was going long vol last week, and continue to kind of do that this week, is because I think this correlation is going to at least even out, and when it does, we'll probably get a nice little pop in VIX, even if it's brief. Here, we almost tested my upside target for SPX at 67.02, but fell a few dollars short. Obviously, set a new all-time high, higher low, higher high for the start of the week. I think some of this pressure is probably going to continue into the early part of tomorrow, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get slightly over 6,700 still this week. Unless we see like a big move overnight in futures, or a big surprise in volatility moving up, which I would expect more into the back half of tomorrow rather than the first part of the day. But still, nothing really bearish until we lose 6,600. Below 6,600, we'd be looking towards like the August high around like 6,508. At that point, also the test of the EMA 30, there might be some confirmation of an actual breakdown in the uptrend. For now, I mean, most pullbacks, especially ones that find support along this trend, little bitch, fuck you. There we go. Should probably be considered bullish. So even a pullback to like 6620 or something like that, if it develops support, would probably just indicate additional upside. Beware of that. Don't take any chances with the bounces, especially with how much positive gamma there is. The rest of the market not really doing too impressive today. Almost everything's selling off, with the exception of Apple, Nvidia, Oracle, and Tesla. Most of the market performed like shit. Financials were pretty flat. Tech services were down all over the fucking place. Durables and health tech down. Retail trade down. Energy and minerals not doing too great. Producer manufacturing did okay. So did utilities, but those are generally like, well, utilities might be more indicative of a sector shift. Same with health services and transportation. So I don't think, like, despite the move up, I don't think any of this looks particularly great. Definitely getting a lot of consolidation again into the Mag 7, which could make them prone to profit taking if concentration gets too high. Yeah, super concentration into like 5 stocks isn't bad, right? But yeah, that's about it. So thank you guys for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow. Later.